Okay, I think we're live. Hi everyone, this is Clementine and Angela is setting our audio up. So excuse her for
Is a struggle.
I mean we can hear you, at least I can hear you, you know. Um
Yeah, you can hear me, but I cannot hear you
mhm,
particularly well.
I understand. Um yeah, so I know that we haven't done these sprints for a little while. Probably because Angela and I still are not in the same time zone, so it is a little bit harder to find a time frame that works for both of us. But I think we'll try as we are a little bit more settled in terms of, schedule to do these a little bit more often. Hopefully once a week as we did before, but we'll see if it doesn't work. Um, so my reading
Yeah.
has been
Can you hear me
pretty.
okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay. I
Yeah,
can hear you well.
thank you.
And you can hear me now, right?
Awesome. I can. Yes. I can hear you just fine. Yeah, you were saying your reading has been
My reading has been pretty good in September, except that I was sick for like a week. And then, of course, it took a nosedive. Especially the readathons I participated in, I just agreed that, yeah, I just failed. That's, I feel sad
okay.
about it because it was a magical readathon, the Aurelium Academy kind of thing.
I didn't
And
even
I
do it
failed.
this year. Yeah.
I just failed, and that's okay. That happens. But also I discovered, I'm a lot more of a mood reader, especially these past few months than I used to be before. Um,
Mhm.
Hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria. I'm glad you're here.
Um, so yeah, I accepted this about myself, but I also figured out that I work better with readathons that, you roll as you go. You have like a prompt and then you figure out something and then you continue. And even that I failed because I had this one prompt that was social media scroll. And then it took me so long to accept that I was not gonna in the mood to read that book. I was very also it is a Sebastian de Castell and I love that author, but I did force myself, but I was really not in the mood for it. And I could tell that it was a
Right.
good book, but I didn't want to continue, right? And I needed an easier one. And then I did
Mhm.
another like I did go back on social media to choose another book, but by then it was very late, so I never finished because I had so many books to read after that. So, how was your reading last month?
Yeah, my reading's been pretty good. September was pretty productive for me, which is awesome. I haven't been doing any small readathons this year, actually. Like hardly any at all. I did a
Mm,
lot of them last year. Like every month
mhm.
I was doing several.
Yeah.
Um, and it was really motivating for me. But I think this year having like something long term has been much better. Um, and so I've been continuing to work on the hardest reading challenge you'll ever do. And I'm getting, I don't want to say that I'm close to finishing. I need about 30 more books to finish. But
Mhm.
that's about a month of reading for me, a month and a half or so. Um, so I'm actually getting relatively close to being done with the round for this year. And then what I'm going to do is go back to last year's
Mm.
challenge
Mhm.
and do last year's
Makes
because I
sense.
never did it. And then
Mhm.
hopefully I'll be ready by the time the new one comes around. Um, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to. I've also been finishing some of my yearly goals, so I think there are only like two of my goals that I'm still working on. So I've read a lot of. I've really like I've been working on diversifying my reading. I've been reading some books
Mhm.
outside of the normal age ranges that I read. So I've been feeling really good about that, which is awesome.
Yeah, I gave up on my goals, on my reading goals. I'm like, this is not the
Mm,
year for it. I was hopeful about reaching my because I wanted to reduce my TBR and I've been doing that and I've been really good at that. But I had this like unrealistic goal in my head to get below 50 physical books, right, in my TBR.
Mm,
And I'm still at like 75, I think. So I don't think I'll get to it, but
yeah.
yeah.
I made
Hi,
all of
Michelle.
my goals a flat, like I want to do 12 of this because I was like, if I can just keep myself going and do one a month, I'll be
Sure.
good. So I did have like read books you own as one of my
Mm.
things. And I did finish it relatively early. I have been reading a lot more. I haven't really been reading the physical books that I own, but I've been looking
Mm.
at my physical shelf and then being like, oh, I'm going to get the audio, or oh, I'm going to grab the ebook from my
Mm.
library so I can
Mm-hmm.
take it around with me, which kind of defeats the purpose of owning physical books, which is why I have not been buying any more physical books.
Sure.
But I've been, yeah, kind of slowly chipping away. The problem I'm currently running into is that so many of the books that I own are first books in series, and I'm
Mm.
like, I really want to finish some of the series I'm already reading before I go back,
Yeah.
um, and
That's
do those.
yeah,
So
that's the problem I ran into also with this, like, since like July or so, because I did like read some first books in series, and some of them I DNF'd, some of them I did read the first book, then was like, I'm not going to continue. But the ones that I
right,
did really enjoy, I was like, some of them had sequels, and I was like, I want to read them. Like right now, I'm still in the middle of the God and Gwisen, which is the sequel to the God and Gumiho, which I read, earlier this year, and I had really a lot of fun. So it was like, also it's a duology, so I might as well, read it in a timely manner because the sequel came out not too long ago, and I was like, yeah, and that way also I finish the series and I feel good, right? Um, yeah, it's a
yeah.
balance. That's
Well, I might as well answer Maria's question
yeah.
here. So, Maria, I started it probably for the same reason that you're curious about it, which is the author came up on my like YouTube Shorts feed, and she's very engaging and she's very funny,
Yeah.
which I love. So I read the first one and I thought it was pretty good. I did really like it, and I actually like did a soft DNF on the second
Mm.
one a few months ago. So right after I read the first one, I picked up the second one. And it's not that I wasn't liking it. I just like, I don't know, it didn't really seem like the right time. I was like, oh, I'll pick it up later. I'll probably remember most of it. I remember the broad strokes. I do not remember many of the details. I will say the author was pretty proficient at like reminding me in a not obnoxious way
Mm.
about
That's good.
like the parts of the book that I didn't remember. So that was nice. Um, I this might sound really stupid when I say it. So most of the time when I'm like listening to a book, I'm just kind of listening and I'm like I'm having a good time and life is grand. And I'm not thinking about the fact that I'm reading a book very much. Like I'm just thinking I'm thinking about the story, but I'm not thinking
Mm.
about like, oh, this is a book that I'm reading. I'm reading a book. What I'm doing right now is reading a book.
Mm.
It's so interesting that I'm reading
Mm.
this book that is doing this, right? And I am finding it really hard to not think about the fact that I'm reading a book as I'm reading this. And I think that it might be because I'm familiar with the author from social media. So I'm like thinking about the author as I'm reading the book.
Mm.
She also narrates it, which I think she does a fine job doing the narration for the audio. But I'm having a hard time really sinking into the story. If I can't sink into it tonight, I might just say,
Yeah.
I
And
love her
try then.
work. I think she's awesome. I'm glad my library has her books. And also, I'm going to DNF. Yeah. I don't think it's bad. I think the story's fine. I think it's fun. Yeah.
So, I do have a question. Did you actually like have the same issue when you read the first book, or is it just right now that you're not sinking into the story?
Um, I I read the first book in January, which is a pretty long time ago. So I
Mm.
don't remember entirely whether I had the same problem.
Mm.
I remember having fun, but I also think that like the first book had been pitched to me a lot. Like I had seen
Mm.
several of her videos like pitching it, so I knew kind of what to expect. So I think it made it like very easy. So
Mm.
far, I mean, I am not very far into the second one. I'm not as far as I was when I left it off, to be frank. Right now I'm only at 8%, which is not far at
Okay.
all. But like so far, the story just hasn't been engaging either. Like we're in a travel situation. We're traveling, and the traveling is not as engaging as you know. Yeah, but it's not like it's not that the book is bad. The book's not bad. It's like it's perfectly served. I think it could be fun for people. I just am struggling.
It's interesting though that you say that usually you can sink into the book and not think that it's a book, because I think for me it's the reverse. Most of the time when I read, I still feel like I'm reading a book. And so like instantly when I have this book that I finally like sink into, for me it's like instantly I want to give it 5 stars because I when it, it really like sucked
Because
me in.
it's so engaging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
also
I think
like
I'm
as
just go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I think I'm just really good at turning my brain off. I'm not sure that that's a good thing necessarily.
No,
But
no, that's perfectly fine. I think for me, sometimes I'm way too analytical because I cannot sink into the story, and so then I overanalyze the book, and then it's not good for anyone, usually, for sure. So I would say that it's great to be able to do that because usually you can like also like have more fun with the story, not overanalyze all the little plot points that don't connect
yeah,
exactly, which there's always going to be a little bit of that, right? However well, you plot everything as an author. Yeah,
for sure.
I think for sure, when I was a kid, it was a lot easier for me to sink into books, and it's like a lot less nowadays. So I'm trying to like also sink into them and enjoy them, but like, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I wish that traveling in books was universally interesting to me, Michelle. That would be awesome. Unfortunately, not the situation I'm in. I can enjoy travel in books. I really
mm,
can.
mhm.
And there are some travel montages that I have enjoyed that Clementine has not enjoyed, and I'm sure vice
Well,
versa. But
yes.
like it. Yeah.
I
Go
wish
ahead.
also I was actually thinking about this because I've been thinking in my head at first that I really hated traveling in books because in some books it really doesn't work for me, but in others it doesn't bother me. And I still don't know, so maybe I should do a little bit more of an audit or like, analyzing of the books I loved and the ones I didn't that had travel in them. Because I'd like to figure out what works and what doesn't, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, all that said, should we actually read, and then when we come back, you can introduce your book?
Yes. Well,
Fabulous. How
that's
long?
perfect because I haven't started it, so I need to
Great.
do.
Context is good. How long do you want us to read for?
Do you have your a die next to you, or
Yes, I have all of the dice. I have the
wish
many dice.
we should then.
Well, then you have to pick a die.
Let's
You're
do a
just picking
12
the
sided.
granularity. Okay, 12. Fab. So then we'll multiply by 5, whatever we get.
Yep,
And if it's short, then that's fine. And if it's long,
that's fine.
also fine. Oh, that's cocked. Okay, let's try again. Oh, long. Okay, we got an 11, which is
Ooh,
good for you because it means that
yes.
you can get into the book. Um,
And I should be able
and
to
I'm
give
going
you
to
a
say
little
that if
bit of a
I am not enjoying
synopsis.
myself, if I'm not enjoying myself at the end of this 55-minute long reading sprint, then I am going to put this one away and pull a new.
Totally
Yeah.
fair. Also, you should be able to pull a new star, right? From your.
Yeah. Yep. If I decide to put this one down, that is what I would do. Okay. Does anyone have a color preference for the timer today? Clementine, do you have a color preference?
No.
We still have, so right now we still have purple. Purple was
That's
what we were
okay.
using last time. If anyone would like us to change the color of the Pomodoro kitty, you can comment
Yeah.
that as we're sprinting, and I will do it when we come back. All right. Have fun, everyone. Good luck. Happy reading, and I will see you in 55 minutes.
Okay. I don't know if you heard the kitty, but
I
yeah.
did not hear. And so the timer that I had originally set for anyone just joining us, we had like lots of
Yes.
internet problems at the beginning of this sprint. So
Yeah.
that one still has 3 minutes left. So let's talk
Yes.
for at least 3 minutes so that especially like Michelle and Maria, who are probably gone reading, can actually get
Yes.
back to
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
Yeah,
For those
how was
who are here, hi, thanks for
oh,
joining us. Hi, Tanel.
welcome.
Hi, Brittany. And that's okay if you're only joining us today. We
Yeah.
haven't been doing a lot of sprints, and hopefully we can do some sprints. Probably for the US, like earlier, in time, like,
Mhm.
evening kind of time and not like night. How much did you read, Angela? And
Um,
and I guess the question is like, are
and
you feeling it or are you gonna DNF
right.
it?
This is the question. So I am now to 21%, which is I think
Mhm.
pretty good. Like by this point in time, I should be able to tell whether or not I want to
Yeah.
DNF. I'm a little bit on the fence because I am more engaged in the story now, and I'm starting to remember some of the like bits of
Mm.
world building and things. But also, like I forgot that Elisabeth Wheatley, when she wrote this, was like, "Oh, it's going to be like real, and
Mm.
like things are kind of brutal and bad." So it is like pretty depressing. And it's like the second book in what, like a 4 or 5 book series. So as I've been listening to it, I've
Yeah.
just been like even if I read this one, am I gonna keep going? I
Mm.
I'm still feeling on the fence, which is not how I wanted to feel. It's not bad enough to make me want to quit, but it's not good enough to make me want to keep going. And that's hard.
Okay, so I guess one thing you can do is you can check how many books there are, if the series is finished or not,
It is
and
finished.
if you can get all of them from the library. Because that could also, like, for sure, like, change your decision. And then you probably need to give yourself, because, like, I also had, like, some books where I was like, they're easily readable and everything. I could definitely, like, there's one book that I finished, like, actually yesterday that I was buddy reading with a friend. The Night Ends with Fire by KX Song, which is like a debut, adult fantasy Mulan retelling. And honestly, I could easily read the sequel, but I'm not going to because it's so like mediocre, like for me, middle of the road, that yes, the chapters are really quick. I can easily, listen to on audio, but also there's too many books and too little time. So like
Yeah, I think
um
that's kind of where I am. There are 5 books in the series. I I don't know. I'm not feeling bad enough to DNF it yet. So I'm gonna keep going with this one, but
sure.
we'll kind of see how we end up.
I
How
would
is
say I would
your
not go past 50% if you still feel this way, right? I would say, like, if you're still feeling this way at 50%, maybe, you
Says
really
the
should.
person who never DNFs books, Clementine.
I've been better now. The only times I really don't DNF that much anymore still is when I buddy read with a friend, because I feel like, especially if, I was the one to suggest the book or something, I feel bad for DNFing. Um so
This is why I
for
don't buddy
me,
read with people, because if I buddy read with people, it feels like homework and I am almost guaranteed to DNF the book. Like almost guaranteed I will not read it.
well, I mean,
Um,
I did start to buddy read with other friends in like a less regular, because like I have a friend that I met on Instagram, and every month we read a book, and we have like a set number of pages and all those things. And she also has issues with DNFing, so we never do. But like the thing is, like, with some other friends, we decided to do like really like chill ones, like whenever we have time or whatever. And
and
also
it
like
never
we
happens.
just whenever, if we're not reading exactly the same rate, that's fine. And we were also giving ourselves grace and saying, like, if we ever want to DNF, that's okay. You see what I mean? Which doesn't mean that we really are doing this, but we've had like great luck with the books, I would say. So that's okay.
Good.
Um, yeah.
So how's your book
Uh,
going?
my books. So I was just checking how many percent I'm in. So I did read 13% of a book, which is pretty good. I mean, it's not a very, very long book, but so A Close Encounter Orbit is the sequel to A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet by Becky Chambers. It is not, I would say, a direct sequel, although it is following like a couple of characters from like the first book, mostly one, but I'm not gonna say who because it's a spoiler. I would say in some ways. Um, so anyway, I think like I don't see like a overarching plot so far, but also I know that her book is like a little bit more like cozy sci-fi in some ways. So, so far we're just following this AI that has just been put in the body of like a fake human skin, sort of. And so she also it's like it's set obviously in like a very long future where Earth was, colonized in other planets. We have aliens, we have a lot of other things. Uh,
Yeah.
but we still have like it's still illegal to have AI put in like humans and living as humans and all those things. So she does have to be human, and she's very lost because she doesn't have any memories of anything, and she used to be like a ship, so like she didn't have a body, she had this huge ship to control and all those things. So
Yeah, she's
um
new to being a person. I
yes,
read it a few years
exactly.
ago, and it really is her discovering like what is it to be a
Yeah,
person,
yeah,
which is
yeah.
something Becky Chambers does a lot. I really love this one. Um,
Yeah, and so far I'm enjoying it. Also, I really love the Murderbot Diaries anyway, which is also it's another
the
robot, another
tone is
type of
very
robot,
different.
but and the
Yeah.
tone is different, but it's still answering the question of like like what it is to be human and like how to like live if you're a robot. Let's see, our
Yeah,
friends.
we have some friends who are also reading books. Gemini
So
Games, I am
Danelle,
not familiar with. Are you familiar with this one, Clementine?
no. We
Which
should
means
check what it is.
tis time to storygraph.
Yes,
Exciting.
which is exciting. I don't know what it is, but I would maybe it's a thriller or something, or like a witchy book or something. Oh,
I mean, witchy book would be
no,
great.
it seems to
No,
be like sci-fi.
is
There are
it?
some sci-fi elements because like intergalactic unit station on the planet Lunara. Huh.
I think there are several books called the Gemini Games. So I think what we really need to know to
Oh,
do is
yes.
drop the author in the chat because I'm fairly certain there's one that just recently or is about there's one that's about to come out that looks like it
Oh,
might be
yeah, I see.
self-published by Willa Hollis, and that would
Yes.
be my guess for what
Mm-hmm.
they're actually reading.
Yeah.
But I could
So
be
we'll
wrong.
we'll we'll
What else
circle
do we
back to
have?
10L when
Yeah.
we know. Michelle read 30 Pages of Better World by Sarah Lungan. Um, and let us know if
Another
you're
one.
enjoying your reads.
Yeah. This is another one I'm not super familiar with, but this is a thriller, which is totally up Michelle's
Yes.
alley.
And
Tanel is
that's
right. It said I'm right. It is Willa Hollis. I win
oh,
the
it is.
what book is
It
Tanel
is.
reading game. Huzzah.
We won.
Great.
So I was actually reading. I didn't even check if there were several books, and I was fully looking at the synopsis of
Come
that one.
on,
So
Clementine.
it
Rookie
sounded
mistake.
interesting, so I was like not even questioning.
It's okay. I think the other
Um,
one we've been seeing in the chat is Mate by Allie Hazelwood. Oh,
mhm.
you already have it up. Yeah, I am excited to read this one. I have it on hold from the library already. The previous one I think I got an arc of through Libro FM, and this time I don't think I have one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna read any Haley Hazelwood. Sorry,
I
people.
love Allie Hazelwood. This is something we disagree about, and I respect that
I
you are allowed to have your own opinions about
No,
books.
that's totally fair. And I think for me the problem is I did try to read one which had, like science, like the STEMinist romance kind of thing. And I think it
Yeah.
didn't help that it was like in a field that I knew. So I didn't think it was realistic. And I think the writing style really didn't work for me. So I don't I don't think it. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh, Michelle won it on Storygraph.
Yeah,
Okay.
Storygraph has
Fun.
quite a few of the giveaways. I mean, I'm sure not as many as Goodreads, but they've been getting some
Mm.
more popular ones too, which is cool. Do we want to sprint again? I feel like we've been
Yeah.
chatting for a while.
Yes, we have.
Okay, so those of us who are new here, hi. We play D&D in this household. So the way that we decide how long our sprints are, because we are indecisive gals,
Yep.
is
Yeah.
we roll a die, and then we multiply by whatever number would give the highest value an hour. Okay, so
Yes.
like if I'm rolling a d12, we multiply by 5, for
Hmm.
example. And then that's how many minutes we sprint for. Sometimes we get hilariously small numbers. And
Oh yes.
sometimes we read for an hour, like just over and over and over again.
Hmm.
So what you can do if you have a strong opinion is
Yeah.
drop which type of die you would like us to roll in the chat.
Yes.
So would you like a D4, which has 4 sides? Would you like a D6, which is like your normal die? Would you like a D12, which is what we did last time? It has pentagons. We love a
Mhm.
pentagon. So Tanel says D12. Huzzah. Good job, Tanel. And we'll be
Thank you,
multiplying
Tanel.
by 5. 5 is
Yes.
a great number. Oh, we got, in my mind, like
Mm.
an almost perfect roll, which is a 7. So that means we'll be
Nice.
reading for 35 minutes, which I think is a great amount of time. I'm going to set the timer on my side unless you really, really want to do it, Clementine.
No, that's fine. We'll
Okay.
just let me just since you had some issues
Mm-hmm.
with your
Yes,
internet,
you
I'll
also
just set
set
a
a timer.
timer. That way,
And
if you're
then,
dropped, that way we can still recover. Sounds
but
good.
I haven't dropped since I fixed my problems. So, yay. I
Yes.
had to reset the range extender in my house. I have a Wi Fi range
Oh.
extender, and it had just decided to like be chaotic and not be nice. And so we had to do a little, you know,
Yeah, I
factory
see.
reset. But
That's
success.
okay.
All right, everyone. We will see you in 35 minutes. Enjoy your books.
Okay. Welcome back to everyone. Let us know
I
how
missed
much
the meow.
you missed it.
I
I
missed the
heard it
meow.
twice because I heard yours and then I heard mine a few seconds later, I think.
I don't know how I missed it. My audiobook was still going. That's
Oh,
really funny. I
that's
am
okay.
using the same headphones to connect to you guys on the computer and to connect
Uh,
to my phone for my
so maybe.
audiobook. So maybe it just didn't set it off um, enough. But Clementine, how's the book?
It's good. I think I'm having a little bit of trouble because I'm 23% in. I think I'm having just a little bit of trouble because we have a dual timeline kind of situation. I think it's really interesting because we do get some background information as like the other from the other character too. So it's really interesting. Also, like uh that other background character's life. Oh my god, terrible life. But like she's this like enhanced genetically enhanced human. So like she was basically a slave, but like so it's yeah, but like I think I'm having a little bit of trouble just because it's like really short chapters so far, but like I'm getting a little bit more into it. And so far it's like slice of life, uh with mostly with the AI, with this new robot being like, oh, and like with this new body I have like whenever I smell something or she eats something or something like this, the factory setting put like random images that pop up in her head, so it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
And
Becky Chambers was doing cozy before cozy was cool, you know?
yeah, I
And
know.
even though there are stakes, it's just it is kind
Hmm.
of slice of life, relatively cozy in the grand scheme of things, sci-fi, and
I
it's
agree.
yeah, yeah. So I have a funny little anecdote. So I
Yeah.
was crocheting as I was reading. I'm using some of the yarn that you gave me, by the way. I was like, I better use it
Oh.
up. So I'm just making a Mobius scarf.
Uh-huh.
I'm hoping it gets big enough to be like a shawl situation, but if it won't, then I'll just bind off and then donate it. But
Sure.
anyway, I was crocheting and like zoning out and just being like, wow, I guess I'm really not that into this book. I wonder how far I am. And then I checked and I was 29% of the way in. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just log it on my story graph as DNF'd, no worries. And I had previously paused this book. Um, so I looked at what percentage I was at when I paused it,
29.
29%. I was like, well, at least I'm consistent,
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
know? So I
Yeah.
think I'm done. And that means we get to go back to the
Woo!
bowl of stars.
So for people who are new here, at the beginning of this year, when I was still living in the US, we each put 12 stars, which are 12 books that we each recommended to each other. And so,
So that on this paper is a book from either my physical TBR or my like storygraph TBR
or your
or my
series to
series
complete list.
spreadsheet
Yeah,
or my like
yeah,
pile of shame, my like
yep.
DNF'd books. There are so many places that this book could be from. I'm having trouble unwrapping it. But this will be the next one that I will attempt to read on sprints.
Yes.
If I can get it today, awesome. If I can't get it today, we'll do it next time and I'll just pick up something. The next Hersiad prompt that I'm supposed to work on is I'm finishing up the by the hundreds prompt, which means I have to read a book that's more than 700 pages.
Mm.
Ick.
Mm-hmm.
So if, oh my gosh, why am I struggling? You
Well,
really, I think it must be like the
let
humidity
me
combined with how long it's been.
I'll let you do this and and go through a little bit of the comments.
Yes,
So
please
Brittany
do.
listened to about 15 minutes of God of the Jade and Shadow. That's good. How are you liking it? Michelle read 20 pages. Woohoo! Nice. Maria's 42% in now. Wow. I think
Ooh.
you're getting really close. And Michelle is actually about 83% in. But she did the math in her head, so it might not all be that accurate. That's okay. Oh. Yeah, I think I realized that in the Rex you had, I think you have hard ones, so I don't know which one it is.
Yeah. I actually think I think you think that this is a book I'm not gonna like, which makes me think like, oh no. Because we've had this conversation before. I got The Great Coats by Sebastian de
Mm.
Castell, which I do think is going to be a challenge for me to get
I
through.
Yeah,
But
and I
I'm going
know
to try
with
to find it.
Maria, I mean Maria and I, it's one of our favorite series ever, so I'm not gonna be
Maybe I'll
offended at
like
all
it.
though if you don't like it. Because I know you like more like hopeful books, and this is definitely not. I mean it's not.
I do like Hopeful for sure, but the audio is available on my on
Yeah.
Libby, so I can start it. This
Mm.
was from my pile of shame. I had started it and DNF'd it before, so
Yes,
this might be
I
another
know.
Dangerous Assassin situation where I start it and then eh.
But you have to see. And no,
Oh,
Brittany, your book is
Brittany, I feel
nabbed. You should have DNF. You have 21 minutes left. Yeah, I
at least
know.
you're close. Like you made it. My one of my coworkers and I were talking today about the sunk
Hmm.
cost fallacy and books, where the closer you get to the end, the harder it is to DNF it, even if you're
Yeah,
having a miserable
yeah, yeah.
time.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, unsuccess. So, Clementine, how are you feeling? Are you feeling chatty? Are you feeling ready? How are you feeling?
Whatever people are in, I mean, we can let the chat know. I'm also crocheting. I'm crocheting little hearts like
Oh,
this.
so cute.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back into crocheting now that, the fall is in. And I bought this like crochet along, for the spring that I never did. So it's the beginning. And the first week is asking you to do like 14 of those little hearts. So I have like 13 so far in 1 week. How are you supposed to do that? Like, especially if you're working, I don't even know. Um, and so I have made nearly all of them. I have like one left, but then I have to weave in all these ands,
Oh, of
and
course.
then I have to like put them all together with a border, and that's week
Yeah,
one.
so small.
I know
Oh,
some
that's just
weeks are,
you have to all
yeah,
of that is week one? Oh goodness.
yes, yeah,
That's a
I know.
lot.
And
That
there,
is a lot of work.
it's a 6 week project, right? So
Well, why
like,
don't you do month one, month two, month three?
yeah, no, but like I bought this for last spring, right? So I got
Yeah.
it like it was April or May when I got it because I got it a little bit later. But like I don't even know. But that's okay. I know that some weeks or so are harder than others. I think this one is like a lot longer than some others, but yeah.
Yeah. I just want to shout out.
Uh
Oh, we clicked at the
yeah,
same time.
of
Brittany and I
course
are
we do.
both doing hers yet. Huzzah. I am
Huzzah.
like barely in the Discord and I don't submit any of my books. I'm just like purely reading it. I'm doing it for myself. I'm out here
That's
just
okay.
fighting for me. So I don't feel very involved in the community. But yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like the Heritage Month prompts have been relatively easy to get to. It's just I have like one or two
Hmm.
left in each category that are really, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
like 700 plus pages. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria and Michelle, for letting me know it's a lot. It is a lot. I think also I'm not a fast crocheter at all.
Mm.
Also the problem is like right now it's good because it's very repetitive and I've been doing exactly the same thing so I can listen to something. But like when I had to learn for the first heart, like the instructions, because they have nice, free, like instructions on, like written, but like I couldn't follow them the written ones, so I had to go on they have nice videos for each week though with someone watching it, but I had to do it like and pause with a YouTube video like this and do it.
Mm.
So I'm worried that, like, so it's not something that I can mindlessly just do with an audiobook just like that. It is good because it's teaching you things. I never did, granny squares before, so that's good, but yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, there's this blanket I really want to crochet. It's beautiful. I sent it to Michelle and Clementine before, just being like, "Isn't it beautiful?" And they don't think it's as pretty as I think it is, but I love it so much, and I desperately want to make it. And I wanted to use the Happy Place yarn that Tony from TL Yarn Crafts came out with last year to
Hmm.
make the blanket. But then by the time I got around to finally making the decision to do it, the most of the colors had sold out, and I didn't love the ones that were
Oh.
left. So, but apparently there's a new like line of colors coming out later this month.
Ooh.
So now I just need to figure out if I can budget to buy the yarn for this blanket, which I think I can. I'm hoping. I think it'll be a nice winter project. It's like these big granny
Yeah.
squares that
No.
you seam
No.
together,
No.
so it'll be much faster than
Yeah.
like the little ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. And I think like a blanket is really good for like a as a long project and everything. And I think also granny squares is nice because you see the progress, as you do like the little squares and then you assemble a row or something. So
Yeah.
it's
I
nice
don't
for
think I could do ones as tiny as the ones you're doing are.
yeah, no.
I've made the bigger ones and it like feels
Also
like you're making a lot of progress.
also big whoopsie from me because like I looked at how to make one square, right?
Mhm.
Um it's only once you finish the square that you can see the sizing, so it was too big, right? So then I
Okay.
changed to a smaller hook, so I did another square, and then I was like, yeah, the size is fine. And then I saw how many squares I had to do, and I started to do like 3 or 4 squares, and then I realized, oh, there's only 2 of the same color, and then you switch to another color. So then I
Mhm.
had to frock that because they only give you the amounts, necessary. So now I'm really afraid that I have lost a little bit too much yarn. I also have some like leftover like pink one like this, but we'll see. We'll see. That's fine. If I need to buy like the yarn is not like it's not a super expensive. It's a very affordable yarn. Serdar is like
That's good.
also it's a UK company, so now being in France, it's not that hard for it's not that
Easy to get
expensive
your
for me
hands
to
on.
ship or anything. It's okay. So like
Yeah.
it's fine.
Well, friends who are in the chat, drop
Yes,
a die for us to
that you want to
roll
use.
as we
Yes.
finish up our little interstitial. During our next sprint, I will be disappearing for a moment because I need to go make myself something to eat.
That's okay.
I am
That's
hungry.
fair.
Yes. It is 7 o'clock my time, and I did nab a snack on my way home from work, but I need a meal.
Hmm.
Meal is good.
That's fair. I ate hours ago because obviously for me it's like 1 a.m. So that's fine.
Mm, yeah. All right. I haven't seen any die suggestions in the chat yet. So, Clementine, I think that means that you get to pick. Congratulations.
I mean, let's go with the D12 still.
I mean,
I
it's
kind
been
of want
working
to
so
keep.
far.
Yeah, I kind of want to keep it because I like die statistics, as a
Watch it
D&D
give us
player.
like five, like a one or something. When I need to go make dinner, then I'll just wait until after. Okay. That's actually, I think that's fine. We just got a 9, which would be a 45-minute sprint, which I
I
think
think that's fine
is
for you
fine
to
with
have
me.
dinner.
Absolutely. Oh, I mean, it's plenty of time for me. I should be
Yes.
back with time to spare.
Uh-huh.
Um, Alrighty. 45 minutes on the clock. Good luck reading, everybody. Everybody
Yes.
wish me do a little cross your fingers, prayer hands, whatever for me, diving back into the great coats. We'll see how this goes. And see you in 45 minutes.
So, this is the end of our sprint.
I didn't hear the meow again.
Yeah,
It didn't go through.
we hear it though. So,
Yes, it still gets to scare all of you. It just doesn't get to scare me.
exactly.
How's the book, Clementine?
So, I'm 36% in, so hey, a third of a way through, so pretty good.
Nice.
Um, I feel like I'm even more interested in like the past timeline than the present one for now. Um, just because I'm fascinated by this woman's life. But like yeah. Um,
For sure.
I don't have like many thoughts, I would say. It's still like very much like slice of life or like explanation of like someone's, past life also.
Mhm.
Um and I'm not sure there's gonna be like a more of a plot than this in this one.
I was about to say, I
Maybe
think that that's
later.
about what you're gonna, that's
Yeah,
most of
no,
what you're
no.
gonna
And
get.
I mean
Yep.
that's fair because like it's a I think there's a lot of like discussions to talk about like what it means to be human, like if you're not human, can you, like, if you're an AI and like in like a sort of human body, are you a human? If you're a human but you were raised by machines, are you human? Right? Even if you don't know what a meal is or a bird is or anything like that. So anyway, yeah,
Yeah,
very interesting. What about
very
you?
good. I so I ended up not listening the whole way through. When I was making and eating dinner, I ended up listening to something else. But I made it 7% of the way through. And what I will say is I am very engaged. Like I'm very interested in what's
Oh,
happening. Like it's immediately
uh-huh.
like I'm having a good time,
I
which is
think
great. I love that. Um,
that's great.
it's like bad things are happening, but
Yes.
like the tone is light, which is carrying me, I
Yes.
think.
Exactly. And I think also like the tone is light in a way that, like, because it's this like adventurer who's been through a lot of bad things. So in the way that he's saying things, he's like, oh, this is the worst thing that ever happened to us. But also we've had so many points in our lives where odds were against
Where
us
other
and we
bad
still
things
lived. So
happened.
it's a little bit like, those superheroes that's like it's end life, stakes, but like, you know, things
Yeah.
as usual.
Yep.
I have to say for me, like the Trader's Blade, especially the first one in that series, I think it has one of the best opening chapters ever. Because I remember
The hook
loving
is
already
very
like
good.
the
Yeah.
characters and all the things. It's really good to like get you into like the with the three characters to learn a little bit about the personality and everything. But
I'm already annoyed by our main character like in the same way that his friends are. I'm like, oh my god, you need to cool it, man.
yeah, yeah.
Like we could use a little bit less of the like chivalry and a little bit more practicality here, my friend. Um, but yeah,
Yeah, but also like
everything's different.
I just love Falco, to be honest.
No, I mean I'm not saying I don't
Yeah.
like him. I'm just saying that
Yeah,
like
no, no, no. No,
I
I know, I know. And I
relate.
love the three of them together or anything. I don't see any comments. Do you see any comments in the chat?
I don't. Maybe everyone's just feeling super tired.
Yeah,
Uh,
maybe.
Hopefully, we're still connected in a way that is effective. I think since we
Hopefully,
can hear
yeah.
each other, I think we're probably okay.
Yeah.
Um, though anything can happen.
Oh,
Okay, I
people
just
miss
listened to us
coming
for a
back.
sec. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah.
Okay, okay. No, no, no. We just want to check that we're, online. We don't want
Yeah.
to like it's okay.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah.
you miss coming back. Well, Maria, she's just talking about greatcoats and apparently she's
I'm
liking it
having
so
a good
far.
time. I'm only like
So,
8% in. I'm not very far, but I'm having fun. So,
but it's promising that
yeah.
you're enjoying it, you know.
It's certainly more promising this time round than it was last time. Like I think
Hmm.
last time when I read it, I was just not in the right headspace for it. I remember I was like driving while listening to it and just like
Oh
not
yeah, no, it's not.
not loving it.
It's not.
Um
Yeah. You
I
need
don't
to really like hone in and like remote. You know, I think.
I mean so far it hasn't made me think very hard. It's not like it's hard to
No,
read.
but I
Um
think to be engaged, you have to put your full attention to really like, because like it's one that has like a lot of obviously like a big tone to it, because like Falco's the one who's narrating, kind of the thing. So, Maria's
yeah, I mean
asking if you
usually I can read.
did the
Yes, I did
audio
the
last
audio
time.
last time. Yes, yes, yes. I was. She must have typed that before I said I was driving. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I tried the audio last time, and um, I don't remember how far I got through. And it's like it's not that I like hated it. I just realized that I like wasn't following. Like I wasn't paying attention. And I
Yeah.
was like,
No,
well,
no, no.
we'll try again a different time. And I'm really enjoying it this time. So that means I made the correct decision. Atlas, can you relax? Atlas has crawled into, I'm in my bedroom right now. He has crawled
Oh.
into the drawer under my bed and is um, pawing at the blanket that is in that drawer because I think it is about to rain and he can tell and he is upset. So he is hiding
Oh.
from
I
the
see. I
rain.
see.
Yes.
So yeah.
Alas. Yep. So he's just freaking out. But yeah, did anyone
Uh-huh.
else read anything that had such great readers? Yeah. Maria, that I think is very true. I've had, though sometimes I think that that's going to be the case and then it doesn't pan out. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I was right the first time. So it really is just,
Hmm.
a matter of timing, I suppose.
Well, I have to say, for me, it's often not the case, but also, as you mentioned before, I have a hard time DNFing books,
Mm,
especially history-wise. I mean, I would say I'm doing a lot better DNFing books than I used to.
hmm.
Especially like putting down, not like I don't even call it DNFing, but because I read several books, and then I put books back, on their shelf or something for a while, and then I
Hmm.
read back again. So like I'm better at this, but I wasn't. So like yeah, I can name like a few books off the top of my head which were like I finished them, or and I shouldn't even have finished them the second time because I still didn't enjoy it, or I DNF'd it a second time, right? Like the Lies of Locke Lamore. I read it twice and I DNF'd it twice. So, you know.
Yeah. No, I mean, I DNF Lies of Lockamora twice also. I think this brings up a good point that, like, sometimes I actually do this with sequels often where I read the first one and I go, oh, well, it was the first book. Maybe they just, like, weren't,
Mm,
like, maybe it just wasn't quite good yet. Like, the second one will be better. Or, like, everyone else loves it so much. Maybe I'll like the
yeah.
second one. And then I try the second one and I'm like, no, I'm still just as miserable as I was reading the
Yeah.
first one. I'm just reading the second book now. I did that with
Hmm.
the Chloe Gong
Oh,
duology.
These Violent
But
Delights.
yeah, like I convinced
Yeah.
myself that maybe I just needed to read the second book,
Hmm.
and like no, I did not. I just did not like it. I did it with the Atlas Six, where I read the first one and I was like, maybe it's better than I thought it was. And then I read the second one and I was like, no, you couldn't pay me enough money to read the third one. And yeah, like so that's happened
Yeah,
several times for me.
I do have to say the Atlas 6, though, I don't think I've heard anyone who loved the first, who liked the first one, who enjoyed the rest. I think it was a steady decline for everyone. So, like, I.
Well, I don't think I'll ever pick up another Olivia Blake, to be
Mm.
honest. I just don't think that she's the right author for me.
Yeah, she definitely. I haven't read any of her books, but she definitely seemed to have like a very special also writing style from the start. Also, that some people really don't jive with. Also, But oh,
Was not my
Michelle
fave, but
did
that's okay.
like all of Atlas
Yep.
books.
Michelle did like that series. I remember her talking about it at book club. And me doing a really bad job of holding my
Mm-hmm.
tongue and not immediately leaping out to say, I hated them.
Uh-huh.
I don't like them
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, I got it.
uh,
Yeah. On the
yeah.
topic of like reading several books at once, I was thinking I might, draw one of my two remaining stars.
Oh, if you would,
Because
if you want to,
I
you
did
can.
make it a decent way. Also, especially since like most of the books that I have, I don't have them here, so odds are I will have
Mhm.
to get
Have
from
to
like
request them from the library.
yeah.
Okay, so this is a
So
little bit of a TBR moment, I suppose, for you.
yes. So which color?
What are
Purplish
your
or
options?
bluish?
Purplish or well, I would say I like the bluish one more. So do the purple one now so that your last one is the blue one. That would be my
Okay,
opinion.
got it. Also, I thought you'd like to know I did continue in the Alana, like the
Oh
series,
yeah.
the Tomorrow Year series, and I just have the fourth one to read, and I should read it sometime this week. So we'll see. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh.
I've been trying to. I even like got it from the. I can get it from the library easily. I know. Um, it's a good one because I've been like trying to even got it from the library once because it's a sequel and I wanted to read the second book to decide if I'm really continuing the series or not.
Mm.
So this is Magic Study by
Mm.
Maria V. Snyder. Because I mean, I did enjoy the first one. I think it was fun,
Mm.
but I think I was a little bit frustrated because it I mean, it's a YA, but not not really a YA. Before people labeled as YA,
Yeah.
but I think it does have a common thing that some YA have that for me the magic, at least in this first one, didn't seem explained enough. But I know that also in this second book we do have a sort of training kind of situation, and she does learn more about the magic and all those things. So I'm
Yeah.
hoping that with this second one, also we will expand a little bit the world because she goes somewhere else. So we'll see.
Yep. I finished the series and I kind of like you, I read the first one and really liked it, but then like just never picked up the second one. I
Yeah.
ended up reading the second one, the third one, and there were a couple novellas. And I read them too. And I ended up really like overall enjoying it. Like I have pretty fond memories. I own there's like a sequel series to it. And I own the first one in the sequel series
Yeah.
physically, but it's an Audible exclusive audiobook.
Oh,
So I just haven't gotten
I see.
around to reading them yet, like
That's
listening
fun.
to them yet.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I will. I might just save
Mm.
them as something to read physically, which means it's going to take me a lot longer to like actually
To
find
get
time to
to
get
it.
around to
Yeah.
it. Not just time, but motivation too. I have a lot of books that maybe not a lot. I have quite a few books that are not available via audio, and those are the ones I prioritize when I'm picking out a book to read physically.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I can't find the audio is not on the library.
I do think I got them through Libby or Hoopla when I got them. So I can check the
Yeah, I
libraries
never
here
signed
and
up
like
for
see.
Hoopla. That's the problem. So,
Yeah.
yeah. But I could do ebook because that one is easily available.
Yeah, it would
Uh,
also it's like they're easy to read. Like they're very consumable.
yeah, I
Uh,
know. I know. That's why, I remember I think I got the first one. I read it through because I still had Everend, so I think that's how I read it.
that would make sense.
Um
That would check out.
I did I did check because I think because I have Spotify, the premium. So I
Mm.
did check and it was on Spotify also. So I think I even like saved it in my library of like books I could listen to if I have hours and feel like it. So I think it's been there forever. Yep, it's there. But I think I have like 2 hours left because I did have to. There was a book I had to Betty read, and yeah, I have 1 hour left, and my hours reset in like 20 days. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I might,
Yeah.
it's an easy one to read, so I might do like a Kindle read or something next week when we have
Yeah.
sprints or something like that. Sounds
I
good.
think that makes sense. You've got some time to think about it.
Yeah. And I have to
Yeah.
finish, the Wayfarer anyway before that.
Mhm.
But
Are you
that
going
one,
to binge read all of them or just the Close and Common Orbit?
I think just a close and common orbit because
Right.
I think the sci-fi books like this for me, I don't know, it's a lot harder for me to binge them
Yeah.
because I don't read as much sci-fi, so I think I just prefer like
Yeah. I still haven't read the fourth one. I need to. The Galaxy and the Ground Within. It's on
Mm.
my list of things I need to get to.
Yeah. I definitely want to finish that series because I also want to like read the novella series that like
The Monk and
the
Robot.
yes, the monk and
They're not
robot.
connected.
I
So
know
you
they're
don't.
not,
Yeah.
but without being connected, I've been trying not to start several series by the same author because I've been doing that and I hate kind of
That's
doing
fair.
that because then it's like slowing down my progress in another series from the author. So I'm trying to be good and not do like several series at once from because I
Yeah.
did that with Sebastian de Castel. I had started the Charmcaster, the YA series first, and then I
Mhm.
read the Great Coats, and the Great Coats was so much more interesting to me that I read the whole series, and then I even went into like the another series, like the newest series that he's writing, but like in the same world as Great Coats, right? And so I'm up to date on that, but I still haven't continued with the other YA series, you know?
Yeah, I
So,
have a few authors where I've started with one series and then kind of hopped around, but I've actually noticed myself getting stuck. There are several authors where I haven't
mm,
continued reading their books at all because
yeah,
I like want to read this series before I read other things, but then it's just like never quite interesting enough, and then I never finish. It's
yeah,
a bit of a mess.
yeah,
But,
that happens.
so
That definitely
we should
happens.
probably sprint again. That being said, before we do,
Yeah.
I would like to ask you, I don't know if you remember, you might not remember, but the yarn I am crocheting with right now is your yarn that you gave to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's a blown yarn. So it's got like a white casing and then it's gray, black.
Yeah.
Do you remember where you got this from / what brand it is? Because it did not have a yarn label on it. You're allowed to say no. I'm just wondering.
I don't. Odds are I got it at Michael's.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, but it might have been the odd yarn that I got like at Walmart or something because I needed some yarn and I wanted to do something.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe I got it at Meyer because I remember it when I was going to Michigan, and I
Hmm.
got that ball of yarn because I wanted to make a scarf and I ended up not doing it. I think
It would be a
so.
good scarf. I mean, I'm using it to make a scarf, so that makes sense.
No idea,
I could
and I'm
definitely
sorry for
use.
that, but
That's
I
okay.
just liked the yarn, the feel of it, and everything, and I just bought it.
Yeah.
So
No, that's okay. I just won't have quite enough. And I was like, oh, if I could get like the same, maybe the same
mm,
brand in a different
yeah,
color and then do like a
yep,
stripey situation.
yep.
But no worries. I might just take it with me to Michael's and see if I can get anything that's like a similar weight. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, for everyone else for whom that does not matter, why don't we sprint?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I feel like we're not very chatty tonight, Clementine. I feel like we've lost our sprinting mojo.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we're not as used to it as we were before. I think.
Maybe. I also think it's like we during some previous sprints we would have like an extra topic to talk about, whether it was like
Yeah.
updating
Yeah.
on readathons or like whatever, and we might want to think about that. So I got another 9. If we're gonna do a 45-minute sprint, I think this is probably my last one. That'll take me to 9 o'clock my time. So just a heads up to everyone that I think this will probably be the end. But hopefully I will still be enjoying Great Coats, and you will still be enjoying Who's in Common Orbit, and we will have made so much progress. Huzzah!
Yes.
All right. Good luck, everybody. Happy reading. Hello.
Welcome back.
I heard it that time because my headphones had glitched and disconnected
Uh,
from the
mhm.
from the phone momentarily.
Makes sense.
Oh goodness gracious!
Makes
It
sense.
has started raining, so Atlas is over in his bed, freaking out.
Mm.
He's like shivering, staring at me with his big eyes, being like sad. Oh, well, how's the book?
Good. I think I'm like nearly, 48% in, which is pretty good. I did nearly 50% tonight, so yay.
Brittany, this does not surprise me. We have scared ourselves many times with the meow. Tis common.
Yeah. How about you, Angela?
I made it to 19%, and I'm still having a good time. You're right that like this author really loves to just like put his characters through it. Like
Oh
it's
yeah, no.
like
I
it's
would
all terrible.
No, I would say especially like his adult one. That's why I nearly want to say it's grimdark. It doesn't have the same feeling as like a grimdark like Joe Abercrombie or stuff, but like
Right.
he really goes. But I think the tone is a lot different, and that's
Yeah, the
why
tone
also
is very fun, but the content is very dark.
yes, I know.
Yeah.
But somehow it worked so well for me, so I'm glad that it does for you too.
Yeah, no, I'm really liking it. I'm
Yeah,
20% through and I'll certainly keep going. As long as work
I
doesn't get like really stressful, then I should be able to like persist
sure.
through this one. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I do want to put in a slightly like warning sign for you because
Is
there
it
is
in spoiler territory?
well, I mean,
I would
yes, but
prefer you not risk it personally. Like I don't have any trigger warnings that I cannot read about, if that's what you're
okay,
thinking.
okay,
So
sure. I'm sure there's two things that might bother you. There's a passage that's hard to read for sure, and then there's another is like yeah, it's we did talk about it with Maria at some point, and another friend who had read it, and yeah, there is a dubious passage in there, and it's certainly the part in the series overall that I like the least, but it's such a small part that it doesn't, um, it doesn't prevent me from like loving the rest of the series. Also, anyway.
yeah. Yeah, so I guess for anyone listening, if you are interested in reading Trader's Blade, it's a tentative
Yes.
recommendation from me, especially because of the tone. But it sounds like from what Clementine is saying, make sure you Google some trigger warnings if that's something that you need to be personally concerned with.
Definitely. Or if you cannot find them, I would be glad to
Yeah, you could reach
let you
out
know.
to Clementine, but I feel like
Yes.
Storygraph does a really good job of like kind of
Yeah, no,
listing
no,
them or
it
letting people
does.
list
It
them.
does.
So all right, here's Michelle read 8% of the wishing spell and finished her crocheting project that she wanted to do tonight, which is finishing her kaiju tail, which is exciting.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's awesome. So before Clementine left America, Clementine made me a little strawberry. I took my little strawberry to school and set it on my desk. I'm a teacher.
Uh-huh.
So it was like sitting on my desk, hanging out. And then at the beginning of the school year, when I unpacked all of my stuff from the summer, I just like threw it with the rest of my like little like stuffy crocheted things.
Mm.
And then uh kids like playing with them. So I'm a librarian, so they'll take out the whole box of like stuffy things and play with them all.
Yeah.
So I've got some that Michelle has made, I've got some that my mom has bought for me. I had the strawberry in there, and I have requisitioned the strawberry back to my desk because I was like, I thought I lost it for a day, and I was like, Clementine is no longer here. She cannot make me another one. No one else is touching the strawberry.
Okay. I
Thank
do
you very
have to
much.
say
You can
though,
play
it
with the
is
rest of them.
It's small enough that I could send it to you as like a sort of care package one day,
I
but it's
guess
not
so.
something that I can definitely like do like every,
Oh,
few
and
months
you
or
shouldn't
something.
have to because it was a gift. But it's also so small that it's really easy to get lost.
Mhm.
I've there's a couple of like little pumpkins in there that I made last fall too, and those I don't care if they get lost because I like they
Yeah.
took me 20
No.
minutes and they're made out of acrylic yarn. It's not a big deal. But yeah. Well, everyone who's listening, thanks for like hanging with us tonight.
Yeah.
It's nice to hop back on and you know
Yes.
try to
Definitely.
get back into the groove of things. And next time, I think we'll need to really brainstorm like a topic for our in between
Yeah.
chats,
Yes. Yeah.
just so that I feel excited for them and not like, oh, like I
True.
have to stop my book.
True, true.
uh, Goodness gracious. Well, anything else you wanted to share, Clementine, before we log off tonight?
No, obviously it's 3 a.m. now for me, so my energy
It's
is
so
like a little
late.
bit slow. So I might have forgotten something that I
Oh,
wanted to
goodness.
mention, but that's okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for being here, and we'll see you
Bye,
next time.
everyone.
Bye. The